Yo, what's up, everybody? How we doing? We're gonna get on some DJ Max first thing. Hope everyone's having a good day. It's gonna be a chill night. Trying to beat all the songs basically. So I've just been going in order for a little bit. What's up? spooky. Oh no, it's Maple Story. I know I wasn't gonna be able to keep that 98 the whole time on a song I hadn't played before. Felt good while it lasted though. Not bad, not bad. Alright. That's cool, I like that one. starting to get a little bit harder now. It's a major hand stretching day. Ugh, my arms are so sore from the gym. I just wanted to.
손틈 사이로 먼 하늘 잡힌 눈을 감고 나에게 불러 손잡든 말든 내게 내려와 두 손 꼭 잡아주었지 흩날리는 꽃잎에 피어나는 날개빛 춤추는 밤 하늘 수노인 저 빛들을 따라가라 흐르는 바람 날아 날아 부서진 내 꿈의 날개를 펴고 피어올라 끝없이 너를 따라가 하루날 숨결 맺힌 길 찾아 저 달빛 사이로 스쳐간다 해도 둘이 하나가 된 이 공간 이곳에서 춤추는 이야기 수노인 저 빛들을 따라가라 흐르는 바람 날아 날아 부서진 내 꿈의 날개를 펴고 피어올라 끝없이 너를 따라가 하루날 숨결 맺힌 길 찾아 저 달빛 사이로 스쳐간다 해도
Yeah, a little bit better. How much? Pretty sure. Not bad though.
수놓인 저 비트를 짜
That one's pretty different. That one was fun. I like that one. I like that one a lot. I've definitely played this one before, I just haven't beat it.
century. Beat time.
Right. I'm in the difficult territory now. Notice how I didn't favorite that one. Oh, I like demo songs. Go. Damn. That was like being on a crazy roller coaster ride. Sorry, I'm like muting when I'm playing songs and my keyboard is so loud. Fuck. I almost messed that one up. We're definitely in territory where there's songs that I can't, or I might not be every time now, so. I like the keynote sound on that one. It was pretty nice. Excuse me. Yikes. That one was hard. One moment. I did not mean to do that. Whoops. Let's go. Only 53 breaks. It's big. Well, I guess we're here now, so fuck it. I failed this one real quick. No shot. Let's go. What the fuck? I should not have cleared that. That's crazy. I actually had 0 health. I've been getting that close so many times. Holy shit. I didn't even know it was like right there. Let's go. That's gotta be the end, right? Oh my god. That was close, too. Man, we're on a roll right now, so, you know. Might as well keep it going, I guess. This one's really hard, though. I don't know. Yeah, I know what's gonna happen. My fucking my index finger is weird sometimes. I can't keep up. God damn. That was really cool because I've never seen that part of the song before. Well, I got to the part where it was like gold. It was fucking sick. That's crazy. That song is insane. What the fuck? That song's like being on fucking crack. That's what playing that song feels like. Fuck. I don't feel like doing this now. I'm just gonna play some shit. I'm almost ready to switch games. Almost. Not quite yet, though. Improvement. That one's fucking tough.
시간을 넘어 널 만날 수 있다면 하나
Those last 3 notes get me every fucking time, I swear. Took my hands off so early. That song's kind of like getting beat in the face repeatedly.
あなたの心はもう明確触れてるハートは迷惑綺麗にごまかしメイクアップ順調乙女プライド寂しさなれでいつの感覚はさは見せない性格
always be messing up at that one spot. Alright, bye. I've about had enough of this game. I'm gonna do like a couple more. And then I'm switching. Still haven't made an executive decision on which game. Maybe Kingdom Hearts, but we'll see. Little bitty improvement, I think. Oh, nope, we didn't even. Oh yeah, I'm definitely done then. I thought I did better and I didn't. I think it's time to stop. Not just because I didn't do better than what I've done before, but it's because I was pretty sure I did and I was wrong about it. That was definitely a little bit better. I was hearing shit I never even heard before. I feel like more than that. That's crazy. Better's better though. Trying to maple story kick now. Yeah, we're almost done. Nice. Got over 98. Even though we didn't get a whatever it's called, full combo, but nice. We're done with that kind of shit. Oh, we're playing songs I can beat. Ugh. Jeez. That wasn't our best. Fuck. I thought I was doing good too. That's what I'm saying. I'm pretty much done. I'm only playing songs because they're cool at this point. Excuse me. I hate the parts where you have to like spam 3 and 4 buttons a bunch. Those are so fucking annoying. I'm so bad at like keeping up with them. Like my eyes just get lost. Like the repeating things, I'm just cooked. It's not great. Whoops. Alright, last song. Actually, last song. Alright, that was fun. Now we gotta switch up going. I need to eat something. So we're gonna take a break and watch a video for a minute. On what? That's a good question. Oh no, I gotta find something. Yeah, I'm really hungry. I ate like a really late lunch, so. Hey, that's my YouTube page. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. I'll take a video. I'm gonna play a different game after. No more DJ Max for tonight. I'm dead. Why am I fucking... I can find something good. Hold on. There'll be a gem in here somewhere. Status? Oh, he's in progress. That's good. That's really good. This could be good. Bruh. I'm sorry, but nah. I'm not really, actually. I'm gonna look for something else. That was loud. Okay, this is more like it to me.
Left his school in Aurora, Illinois with his mother, Amy. Amy had shown up at the school unexpectedly, telling the staff that there was a family emergency. Timothy's teachers were caught
I'll be right back, guys. I gotta make some food. I'm gonna turn off the webcam.
But they let Timothy go with his mother, figuring everything was going to be okay.
Alright, I'll leave it on until I get back.
Most disturbing unsolved cases with video footage.
I'm still gonna be watching the video on my phone too.
Timothy was excited. He loved spending time with his mother, and they were heading out on what seemed like a special adventure. Amy took him to a zoo, then a water park. It felt like a mini holiday, and a chance to have some fun together, just the two of them. They checked into hotels along the way, and at each stop, Amy made sure they had fun. Still, to Timothy, it was probably just an exciting trip with his mum. But there were signs that things weren't as simple as they seemed. Amy wasn't just taking a break, she was avoiding contact with Timothy's dad and other family members. She would call them every now and again, always sounding upbeat, but she never let Timothy talk to anyone. She'd say, he's fine, he's having fun, but never gave him the phone. When she called her husband, she told him not to worry and that they were fine, in a very cheerful tone. But still, the phone calls left the family uneasy. Why wouldn't she let Timothy speak? The two kept moving from place to place. They stayed in a couple different hotels, moving further and further away from home. Amy was seen on hotel security cameras, and people who saw them said that Timothy looked happy, completely unaware that anything was about to happen. At one point, Amy visited a hardware store where she bought a few items that didn't seem to fit with a road trip. She purchased small things like a notebook and a pen, things that just felt out of place. Amy seemed to be stalling, like she was trying to gain time, though no one knew for what. The choices she made only added to the mystery. Every call to her family sounded upbeat, yet the details made them anxious. Why did she seem so cheerful but refuse to explain what she was doing or let Timothy talk? Amy also checked into a hotel without Timothy for one night, a strange move that raised even more questions. Why would she go to a hotel by herself when Timothy was still with her? And where did she leave the 6-year-old? These unexplained decisions kept building up, leaving her family more worried with each passing day.
Turn the volume up,
Amy
it's really
made her
quiet.
last call to her
On
mother-in-law.
mobile.
She sounded calm. She told her that everything was going smoothly and she shouldn't worry about anything. But this time, her mother-in-law pressed her, asking directly to speak with Timothy. Though once again, Amy refused. This time, her excuse was simple. He's busy playing. Her voice was light-hearted, but there was something strange about her tone, as if she was masking something deeper. On the 14th of May 2011, Amy checked into a motel in Rockford, Illinois. By then, she and Timothy had been on the road for 3 days. That evening, Amy was spotted on security cameras one last time and she entered her room alone. Timothy was nowhere to be seen. The next day, motel staff found Amy dead in her room as she had ended her own life. It was a devastating discovery, but the shock didn't end there. Next to Amy's body, police found a note she had written, a message that only deepened the mystery. In her handwriting, Amy explained that Timothy was safe, but added something haunting. You will never find him. But there was something else in the note that left Timothy's family and investigators terrified. Amy also wrote, Timothy is safe with people who will care for him. This message seemed to suggest that she had left Timothy with someone she trusted, someone who could take care of him. But who were these people? And did they even exist? The note left Timothy's family in disbelief. Amy had assured everyone that they were fine, but now she was gone and Timothy was nowhere to be found. As the police combed through her car, they discovered traces of blood on the seat. They immediately tested it, and it was confirmed to be Timothy's. This finding raised new fears and new questions, as everyone was wondering what had really happened to Timothy. Was he in danger, or had he somehow been left in a safe place as Amy claimed? Investigators were caught between two possibilities. Either Amy had hidden him somewhere to protect him, or something much darker had occurred. Right after Amy's death, police launched an extensive search for Timothy. They retraced every step of her journey, hoping to uncover any clue that might lead them to him. Authorities examined maps, reviewed Amy's GPS records, and revisited every hotel and location she and Timothy had visited during those final days together. And they pored over surveillance footage, hoping to spot a moment, a clue, anything that could reveal where Amy had taken Timothy. As the search continued, investigators found more strange details. Amy's car showed signs that had been through dirt roads and grassy areas. It was clear that she had probably been in remote locations, likely far away from any city or town. But where exactly? Search teams combed through forests, parks, and even isolated areas that matched the clues left by the dirt and plants found on her car. Yet despite these massive efforts, Timothy was nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, the story of Timothy's disappearance began to spread across the country. News stations picked up the story, broadcasting pictures of Timothy with his bright smile and innocent eyes. His face appeared everywhere, on television, in newspapers, and on missing person posters. The public was captivated by the mystery, and as more details emerged about Amy's final days, people began forming their own theories. Timothy's father, Jim Pitson, became the face of the family's heartbreak and hope. Appearing on news interviews, he spoke openly about the pain of losing Amy and the agony of not knowing where his son was, though he still believed, as Amy's note had said, that Timothy truly was safe somewhere. The general reaction to the case was mixed. Some people sympathized with Jim and clung on to the idea that Timothy was still alive, somewhere out there. They rallied for his return, joining search parties, volunteering, and spreading Timothy's story online. Others, however, began to question Amy's actions and whether her words in the note could be trusted. They speculated that her final message was meant to mislead, and some even believed that Timothy might never be found because he was no longer alive. Then, in 2019, 8 years after Timothy's disappearance, the case took a very unexpected twist. A young man appeared claiming to be Timothy Pitson, saying he had finally escaped his captors after years of being held against his will. For a brief moment, hope flooded back. Jim and his family were overwhelmed with emotion, believing that Timothy might be finally returning home. But that hope was crushed just as quickly as it appeared, as DNA tests revealed that the young man was not Timothy. He was in fact someone else entirely, a random, troubled person looking for a way out of their own life. Despite the disappointment, Timothy's case remains active. Law enforcement enforcement has refused to close it, and his family holds onto the hope that he's still out there. Timothy's disappearance has become one of America's most famous and confusing mysteries. Some still theorize that Amy may have had help, that maybe someone else was involved in Timothy's disappearance, which could help to explain the times that Amy was alone checking into the hotels. The idea is based partly on her note, where she mentioned Timothy being with people who would care for him, though to this day there's no evidence supporting this theory, but the idea that Timothy might still be out there, hidden with someone who knows the truth, keeps the mystery alive.
You can't give up hope. As soon as you give up hope, then what should I do? What, declare him dead? He's probably in the middle of nowhere, being homeschooled someplace, just away from the media and TVs and new technology.
It was still dark in Midlothian, Texas on the morning of the 18th of April 2016. For 45-year-old Terry Missy Bevers, a fitness instructor and mother of 3, this was a normal time to be up and ready. She was dedicated to her fitness classes, regularly teaching early morning sessions. She had a class scheduled at Creekside Church of Christ that day, and she was known for showing up early to set everything up. Around 4:20 a.m., Missy entered the church, her headlights briefly illuminating the parking lot before going dark. With her workout equipment and supplies in hand, she made her way inside, likely unaware of the danger that awaited her. What she didn't know was that someone had already broken in. Hours before Missy arrived, Creekside Church had been empty, but by 3:50 a.m., a figure had appeared inside, roaming the halls in a way that would later raise unsettling questions. Security cameras captured the footage of this person, someone whose actions seemed more bizarre than purposeful. The intruder was dressed head to toe in SWAT-style tactical gear, including a helmet, vest, and gloves, all of which concealed their identity. Obviously, this wasn't ordinary clothing, especially for someone committing a crime, and it was something that law enforcement would later struggle to explain, as they couldn't figure out if it was merely just a disguise or some sort of message. As the figure moved through the church, their actions were equally strange. Instead of heading directly to an office, a safe, or any obvious target, the person walked around, opening doors, checking rooms, and tapping on walls. Their pace was calm, almost wondering, as if they had all the time in the world, as it didn't seem like they were searching for anything specific. Instead, it felt as though they were just waiting. The security footage further showed this person pausing here and there, standing silently, before moving again. It was this slow, almost detached movement that would later haunt viewers. And in one of the stranger aspects caught on the camera was the fact that the figure seemed to even stagger slightly, as they walked very clumsily, as it looks as if they could be unfamiliar with the layout of the church, or they're in some kind of daze. At around 4:20 a.m., just as Missy entered the church, the camera footage ended. To this day, it's unclear exactly how much time passed between Missy walking into the church and her encounter with the intruder, but what is known is that Missy was soon to be found dead, her body discovered by her students who arrived for class a short time later. The scene that they would walk into was shocking. Missy had suffered multiple injuries that was believed to have been inflicted by a hammer that was left near her body. After her death, the investigators turned to Creekside Church's security cameras, hoping they held the clues that could identify Missy's killer. What detectives found is that the footage raised far more questions than it answered. Like, as the figure moved throughout the church, they would also periodically break certain objects and shatter glass, leading the police to believe that the person was trying to stage some sort of robbery gone wrong, though that theory would make little sense when you consider that the robber neglected to take Missy's purse or iPad. Also, why had they chosen a church of all places, and what was the motive? If this was a robbery, it was certainly an unusual one. After the discovery of Missy's body at Creekside Church, Midlothian police faced a daunting task. Because there was just so little to go off, the detectives involved started watching the footage over and over again to find the tiniest of details, which then made them notice the killer's strange gait or walking style, as they seemed to move with a slight clumsiness, as if they were wearing shoes too big or simply had a very distinct walk. Internet detectives then started comparing the walk to those around Missy, and if you line up the videos of the SWAT-geared intruder with those of her father, they do look eerily similar. That this evidence, if you can even call it that, is extremely weak and is a symptom of the case being so mysterious and confusing. The police themselves initially thought that the intruder could be female, as the walk looked as if the person was wearing clothes too big or too heavy, though again, this theory led nowhere. As detectives continued analyzing the footage, they turned to Missy's family, friends, and acquaintances, hoping to uncover any motive or clue that could point them towards a suspect. They asked about Missy's relationships, any recent conflicts, and her schedule, searching for anything that might explain why someone would target her. Missy's husband, Brandon, her 3 children, and her close friends all cooperated fully, sharing information about Missy's life and any challenges she might have been facing. According to her loved ones, Missy was well liked, devoted to her family, and passionate about her work as a fitness instructor. However, some friends mentioned that Missy had recently expressed concerns about strange social media messages she had received. These messages on LinkedIn reportedly came from an unknown male and were described as creepy and strange. The police would track down this person of interest, though it ultimately turned out to be a dead end. Detectives documented everything they had learned, yet no single piece of information pointed directly towards a clear suspect. To this day, Terry Missy Bever's case has gone completely unsolved. Alyssa Turney was a typical 17-year-old high school junior living in Phoenix, Arizona, with her father, Michael Turney, and half-sister Sarah. Like most teenagers, she had a part-time job, friends, and dreams for the future. But on the 17th of May 2001, everything changed. That was the day Alyssa vanished without a trace, and the mystery of her disappearance would leave her family and community searching for answers for years to come. It was the last day of school, and Alyssa was looking forward to summer break. She and her friends had made plans to celebrate, and it seemed like a typical start to what should have been a carefree summer. But what happened that afternoon has been clouded by strange details, some coming from her father Michael himself, who was the last person to ever see her. According to Michael, he picked up Alyssa from Paradise Valley High School around lunchtime. He claimed that they went out for a bite to eat at a local restaurant, and then, once they returned home, they had a heated argument. Michael would later tell the police that Alyssa stormed off, shouting that she was leaving and heading to California to live with her biological aunt. To back this story, Michael claimed he found a note from Alyssa in her room, saying basically exactly what she was saying in the argument, that she was running away. The note, written in Alyssa's handwriting, didn't sit right with Alyssa's friends and family. For one, none of her belongings, like her phone or purse, were missing. If Alyssa truly intended to run away, why would she leave behind everything she'd need? And why didn't she tell any of her close friends about her plans? Initially, authorities treated Alyssa as a runaway, believing that she might have truly gone to California or was still somewhere nearby in the Phoenix area. However, doubts started to arise when the $1,800 in her bank account was left completely untouched, and she failed to contact any of her friends and family. As police started to investigate further, they discovered something odd. Michael had been tracking Alyssa's movements in ways that went beyond what many see as protective. In fact, he seemed to have an unusual level of control over her life. At her job, Alyssa's co-workers noticed Michael would occasionally appear unannounced, sometimes with a video camera. In one instance, he secretly recorded his daughter's interactions with customers, co-workers, and friends, claiming it was to ensure her safety. But there was no clear reason why he would have to monitor her like this. These recordings weren't limited to her workplace either. Michael had even installed surveillance devices around their home, and one of the most disturbing details was the discovery of hidden recording devices in the family's living room. It's unknown how often Michael reviewed these recordings, but it was clear he had an intense need to keep tabs on Alyssa's actions and conversations. This kind of behavior extended into nearly every aspect of Alyssa's life. Michael kept strict control over her social life, reportedly screening her phone calls and limiting her time with friends. Alyssa's friends record that Michael seemed overly protective and suspicious, making her feel uncomfortable and trapped. They reported that Alyssa felt she couldn't do anything without her father knowing, and over time, she grew increasingly resentful of his intense surveillance. For any teenager, this level of control would have felt suffocating. Though it gets much more worrying. When the police were taking statements from those who knew Alyssa to try and find any leads revolving her disappearance, one of her close friends, her boyfriend, and her stepbrother all independently shared stories that they had heard from Alyssa, all involving Michael attempting to illegally and inappropriately touch his daughter. In one instance, Alyssa's stepbrother said that during a car ride, Michael scooted closer to Alyssa and then tried to touch her in ways that would certainly get him arrested if anyone had reported it. Speaking of which, Michael himself once called Child Protective Services to warn them that if Alyssa was to ever call them to accuse him of touching her strangely, that she's a liar, a very normal thing for a loving father to do. Then somehow the strangeness continues. Michael was fixated on a very particular incident involving Alyssa. He frequently brought up the claim that years prior, Alyssa had been assaulted by a teacher. Michael often told people he believed this incident deeply affected her, yet there was no concrete evidence of it ever happening. Interestingly, Michael's account of the incident would often shift, making it hard for investigators to verify. Alyssa's close friends noted that she had never mentioned this supposed assault, and many doubted it ever happened. Michael, however, used this story as a justification for his extreme protectiveness, insisting that he was simply trying to shield Alyssa from further harm. Then there was the matter of Alyssa's aunt. When the police followed up, they learned that Alyssa's aunt in California hadn't heard from her and wasn't expecting her to come. This detail obviously threw more doubt on Michael's story. If Alyssa had indeed intended to run away, why hadn't she contacted the aunt that she was supposedly going to stay with? To the police, Alyssa's disappearance started looking less like a runaway case and more like a mystery. But without clear evidence of any sort of crime taking place, the case stalled. One of the most unsettling details about Alyssa's case is that her disappearance was marked by a quiet inaction from Michael himself. Normally, parents of missing children are frantic, calling every friend and visiting every place they can think of to find their child. But Michael didn't seem to do any of that. Instead, he waited 5 days after Alyssa vanished to report her missing. For many, this delayed response obviously raised suspicion. When asked why he waited, Michael claimed that he thought Alyssa would return home once she had cooled off, insisting that she was just a rebellious teen who had run away in the heat of the moment. After years of frustration, doubt, and silence, one voice would rise above the uncertainty surrounding Alyssa Turney's disappearance: her younger sister, Sarah. Driven by a desire to know what really happened, Sarah Turney became the leading force behind Alyssa's case, refusing to let her sister's story fade. For years, she struggled to understand what had happened and to reconcile the loss of her sister with the vague and suspicious stories told by her stepdad, Michael. As Sarah grew older, her curiosity deepened. She began questioning the details surrounding Alyssa's disappearance and eventually recognized the inconsistencies in the story that Michael had shared with her over the years. While police had long classified Alyssa's case as a runaway situation, Sarah began to suspect that it was something far more sinister. At first, Sarah tried addressing her concerns within her family. She asked Michael directly about what had happened and pushed for answers. Michael insisted that Alyssa had simply left, that she had run away and wanted nothing to do with them anymore. Yet Sarah couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more to the story, and that her stepdad might be hiding something crucial. Sarah also reached out to law enforcement, hoping they could reopen the case, but with no new evidence, and Alyssa's status officially labeled as a runaway, the police weren't able to provide much assistance. Despite these roadblocks, Sarah continued her quest, refusing to accept that her sister's case would remain unsolved. Frustrated by the lack of progress, Sarah took matters into her own hands and turned to social media. She started sharing Alyssa's story online, using every platform available to spread awareness and gain support. Over time, her posts began to capture attention and Sarah's online presence grew. But it wasn't until she joined TikTok that her fight for justice truly gained momentum. On TikTok, Sarah adopted a very direct and honest approach. She very openly talked about her suspicions of Michael, as well as her struggle to keep the case alive. Sarah wasn't afraid in the slightest to speak out against her own stepdad, publicly declaring that she believed he was responsible for Alyssa's disappearance. Her boldness was both risky and shocking, but it was effective on TikTok as viewers admired her courage to speak out, even when it meant accusing a family member. After years of uncertainty and years of advocacy from Sarah, the investigation into Alyssa's disappearance took a significant turn. In August 2020, nearly 2 decades after Alyssa was last seen, police arrested her stepfather, Michael Turney, charging him with second-degree murder. Investigators pieced together patterns of Michael's controlling behavior, leading to the decision to formally reopen the case and charge him. The second-degree murder charge against Michael Turney indicated that the authorities believed he had killed Alyssa without premeditation. However, the lack of any direct physical evidence linking Michael to Alyssa's disappearance posed a significant challenge for the prosecution. Despite these hurdles, Sarah and her supporters remained hopeful that the circumstantial
This is crazy.
evidence and
What the
Michael's
fuck?
own actions would lead to a conviction. In July 2023, Michael Turney's trial commenced. After 6 days of testimony, the defense filed a motion for an acquittal, arguing that the prosecution had not presented substantial evidence to support a conviction. The judge agreed, citing the absence of physical evidence proving Alyssa's death or Michael's involvement, and acquitted Michael of all charges. He was released from custody on July 18th, 2023. Following his release, Michael Turney took legal action against local officials. In January of 2024, he filed a lawsuit against the Phoenix Police Department, as Michael alleged he was mistreated during his time in custody, claiming he was denied adequate health care and meals, and asserted he was wrongfully imprisoned. As of today, the case of Alyssa Turney has gone completely cold.
If Alyssa's
Damn.
out there, any message for her?
Same message I've always tried to give it.
Which is,
I love her.
you want her to come home.
Obviously so.
The holiday of a lifetime, a
fucking
Caribbean
killed her.
cruise, warm beaches, and the
Allegedly.
endless blue of the open sea. Amy Lynn Bradley, a 23-year-old recent college graduate from Virginia, was thrilled about the trip. Traveling with her family, she boarded the Royal Caribbean cruise ship Rhapsody of the Seas on March 21st, 1998. Amy was excited, but also a little bit nervous. Friends and family said she wasn't exactly the cruise type. Amy was athletic, outgoing, and independent, but she had a fear of open water, which made the cruise ship a bit of a leap outside her comfort zone. The night of March 23rd should have been just like any other night on the cruise ship. The family enjoyed dinner, and Amy later went to a nightclub on the ship with her brother Brad. The siblings had a fun night, dancing and chatting with the other passengers, and in a video taken that night, Amy looked happy and carefree. Around 3:30 a.m., Brad left the club to go to bed, and Amy told him she'd be right behind him. This was the last confirmed sighting of Amy by her family. Early next morning, things took a shocking turn. Around 5:30 a.m., Amy's father, Ron Bradley, woke up in their shared cabin. He noticed that Amy wasn't in her bed, which immediately set off the alarms in his head. It was
I made
strange
some
for Amy
ramen.
to be up that early, especially since they'd been out late the night before. Ron initially assumed she might have gone up to the deck to watch the sunrise, and he figured she'd be back soon. But as the minutes passed and Amy didn't return, Ron's concern grew. He searched around the ship looking for any sign of his daughter, as he checked the common areas, the decks, and even went to the ship's dining area, but there was no trace of Amy. Feeling increasingly desperate, he woke up the rest of the family. They searched for her together,
Oh,
hoping to
no.
find her asleep somewhere else.
I think I've
chatting
seen
with
about
a
this case
friend,
before.
But Amy was nowhere to be found. By 6 a.m., the family reported Amy's disappearance to the ship's crew. At first, the crew didn't seem as worried as the Bradleys were. They suggested that maybe Amy had gone for a swim, fallen asleep somewhere, or even gone ashore on her own during an early port stop. However, Amy's family knew she wouldn't have just wandered off without telling them. They insisted that something was wrong and pushed for a more thorough search of the ship. The
Oh, no.
search of the Rhapsody of the Seas was extensive, but it wasn't fast. Crew members scanned every deck, every room, every public area for any sign of Amy. Still, nothing turned up. By midday, the captain made an official announcement alerting all passengers to Amy's disappearance and asking for any information. But despite everyone's efforts, it was as if she had just vanished into thin air. Amy's family then tried to convince the captain to stop the boat until Amy had been found, as if the worst case scenario had happened and she had been kidnapped. She could then be smuggled off the ship when they'd eventually reached the port. The captain ignored their pleas and continued to drive the boat, allowing everyone off the ship. For the Bradley family, the idea that Amy might have gone overboard was unbearable. She was a strong swimmer and wouldn't have been careless around the water. Plus, Amy had left behind her shoes and her identification in her cabin, which raised even more questions. Could she have met someone
Oh, they
who
like
persuaded
they find
her to
pictures of
leave
this
her
chick
cabin,
later.
or
I'm
had
pretty
she
sure.
encountered someone with darker intentions? Well, Amy Amy's family, desperate for answers, recalled several strange interactions she had with crew members during the trip.
It's like
Days before she vanished,
somebody
Amy
found
mentioned feeling uncomfortable around some of the crew.
being like a sex
According
slave
to
or
her
something.
family, she felt watched.
And it looks just
One
like her.
particular crew member had approached her several times, showing an unusual amount of interest in her. He reportedly invited her to go dancing at the club off the ship, which she turned down. Then, her family noticed something very worrying. On board the ship, there was an area where photos of passengers were displayed, pictures taken by the ship's photographers available for families to view and buy. But something was wrong. All the photos featuring Amy had vanished. Her family couldn't help but wonder, had someone intentionally removed her pictures? If so, who would do such a thing and why? And as time passed, some people have claimed to have seen Amy, fueling the theories that she might still be alive. Several witnesses came forward saying that they had seen a woman matching Amy's description in the Caribbean. These sightings included accounts from a sailor and tourist who saw a woman resembling Amy with men who seemed to control her. In one case, a Canadian tourist reported seeing a woman in a brothel in Barbados. The woman allegedly begged for help, saying she was in fact Amy and was not allowed to leave. These sightings gave Amy's family hope, but all of them led to dead ends when followed up by authorities.
That's terrible.
No concrete evidence was found, and the woman in the sightings was never confirmed to be Amy. The descriptions were often vague, and some sightings happened in chaotic settings. Still, for the Bradleys, each new sighting brought a glimmer of hope, which is also connected to perhaps the most disturbing theory of all, being that Amy had been abducted and sold into human trafficking. The idea was bolstered years later when a chilling piece of evidence emerged as a photo of a woman resembling Amy was found on an adult website. The woman in the photo had a similar tattoo to Amy.
Holy shit, that was almost
appearance is
TOS.
undeniably similar, considering that she would be several years older. Amy's parents saw the photo and were convinced it was her. They believed the image was proof that Amy was alive, trapped in a terrifying situation from which she couldn't escape. Investigators found evidence of human trafficking rings operating within the Caribbean, and a young woman like Amy, traveling alone at night on the ship, could have been a target. Her family began to suspect that if someone had lured her, they might have forced her off the ship in one of the island ports and into a dark underground network. Either way, until this day, Amy Lynn Bradley is still missing 26 years later.
Damn.
Kenny Veach was no ordinary hiker. Kenny was
That's
the
so
kind
awful.
of person who thrived on adventure. He had been hiking
That's
for
actually what
years,
happened to her.
tackling some of the hardest trails in the southwest United States. Friends described him as fearless and intensely curious, which perhaps is what eventually led to his unfortunate end. He documented one of his hikes on YouTube, where he'd gained a small viewer base and talked about some of his findings in the endless stretches of the Mojave Desert. There were abandoned mines, strange caves, and even government training grounds all around the place.
This is the one where it's the M cave.
Captivated by his discoveries, eagerly awaiting
story's
another
crazy.
upload. And for Kenny, their excitement seemed to fuel his own. Despite the dangers, Kenny found a sense of freedom in these remote places, but he also knew the risks. A simple slip on a rock, a broken bone, or getting lost without cell reception could mean life or death. Yet Kenny believed the rewards were worth the risk. Kenny once shared that he had a habit of exploring alone, even when people warned him against it. Hiking alone in a desert like the Mojave was not something that most would consider, but Kenny saw it differently. He believed that hiking alone sharpened his senses, and it forced him to be more aware of his surroundings. Without the distractions of company, he could listen to the desert and focus on the details he might otherwise overlook. His viewers, and also he probably knew, that each time he went out there alone, he was taking a chance.
Excuse me.
There was a chance he seemed willing to take again and again. But there was one discovery that would change everything. It wasn't just another rocky canyon or long abandoned mine. It was something different.
And I'm looking for a cave that I found, and I didn't have a sidearm when I was here before, and something about that cave just spooked me. Out of all the caves I've ever gone in, this one just made my body vibrate. The closer I got to it, the crazier my body felt, and I was like, all right, I'm not gonna go in there right now, but I'm coming back someday. So hopefully I'll find it. It's shaped like a big M. It's a big cave that looks just like a gigantic M, and it's about as tall as I am and kind of narrow. And it's stuck on the side of a mountain, so I hope I can find it again.
His viewers began to speculate about what might have caused such a strange reaction. Some thought it was natural, maybe an odd geological feature,
He should have been live
maybe
streaming.
a minor earthquake.
I'm just kidding.
And obviously others immediately believed there was something more mysterious at play, like secret military experiments or something supernatural. Kenny read through all the comments, and it was clear that the mystery of the M-shaped cave had captured the minds of many. People were sending him messages, pushing him to return to the desert and explore the cave. It wasn't like him just to back down from a challenge, and the encouragement from his viewers made it harder for him to ignore the mystery. But he was also cautious. He knew that returning to such a remote location was risky, especially with the strange sensation he had felt. Was it really worth the danger? Despite the fear of the unknown, Kenny decided he couldn't let this mystery go. He wanted answers just as much as his audience did, maybe even more. And soon, he announced his plans to go back, determined to find out once and for all what was inside that cave. Kenny prepared carefully for this trip, aware of the dangers that awaited him in the desert. Even for an experienced hiker like him, the Mojave held countless risks. This wasn't just a quick day hike. The remote location of the cave meant that he'd have to navigate miles of rugged terrain with limited supplies and no phone reception. In case anything went wrong, Kenny let his girlfriend and a few close friends know where he'd be heading. This way they'd have an idea of his location if he didn't come back. Then, days passed, and no one heard from Kenny. At first, his friends and family assumed he was still exploring, caught up in the thrill of adventure. But as more time went by, their worry grew. Kenny's girlfriend reported him missing, and a search operation was launched as teams of rescue workers scoured the Mojave Desert, covering every trail and checking every canyon. They looked for signs of his presence, hoping to find any clue about where he might have gone. During the search, they discovered Kenny's phone lying on the ground near an abandoned mine shaft. This was miles from any marked trail and deep within the desert. The phone had no interesting messages, no final recordings, no indication of what might have happened to him. It was as if he had left it on purpose or had dropped it by accident before going further into the wilderness. I mean, why would he leave it behind? Despite extensive search efforts, no other trace of Kenny was ever found. The team searched for weeks, covering the surrounding area and examining any possible routes he might have taken. But the desert is vast, and its rocky, uneven terrain makes it difficult to find someone, especially in the remote areas where Kenny was known to explore. With no further evidence and no sign of Kenny, the search was eventually called off, leaving his friends, family, and YouTube viewers with more questions than answers. The M-shaped cave quickly became the focal point of every theory as to what might have happened, as the cave itself was never located either. People have found caves that could be the M-shaped one, but nothing solid, and no one has ever experienced the same intense vibrations Kenny did. The mystery surrounding Kenny has built up a sort of community of amateur investigators and internet detectives. One of their many theories involves Kenny's sister Debbie Veach. Now, Debbie runs a little Reiki studio and shop, and in 2018 it was burgled. A man, unidentified, broke in through a glass window with a crowbar, stealing an iPad and other small items. Many people who like investigating the mystery of Kenny are absolutely convinced that this was him based off of the security footage. Debbie has never even implied it's Kenny, but still, people are clearly desperate to find out what happened to him. To this day, Kenny's case remains unsolved. Relisha Rudd was only 8 years old when she disappeared from Washington, D.C., leaving a trail of unanswered questions and unsettling mysteries behind. Born on October 29th, 2005, Relisha lived a far from easy life. Relisha's family struggled financially, and she spent most of her early years moving between unstable housing situations. Relisha and her family eventually found a place to stay at a shelter known as the General Family Shelter. While it provided a roof over their heads, it was a difficult environment for any child. The shelter housed hundreds of families and individuals experiencing homelessness, and the facility was crowded and sometimes chaotic. For Relisha, the shelter was both her home and her playground, though it was far from the safe, nurturing environment that every child deserves. Despite these hardships, Relisha's teachers and people who knew her described her as friendly and full of curiosity. They noted how she loved school and seemed to be happy there, finding some sense of stability and normalcy in the classroom. Her teacher noticed, though, that her attendance was irregular. Days turned into weeks, and when Relisha stopped coming to school altogether, people started to worry. At first, no one knew what to think. Relish's absence was unusual, but not completely shocking. Living in the shelter meant that her life was unpredictable, and unfortunately, it wasn't uncommon for children in similar situations to miss days of school. School officials made phone calls and reached out to her family when her mother, Shamika Young, was contacted. She claimed that Relisha was in the care of a doctor and was being treated for a health issue. She even provided the name of the doctor, Dr. Tatum. Relieved, the school trusted Shamika's explanation and didn't press her any further. They had no reason to doubt her words, but this decision would soon reveal its terrifying consequences. It was the 1st of March 2014 when the authorities were finally contacted. School officials decided to look into Relish's absence once more and discovered something that made them uneasy. The Dr. Tatum that Relish's mother had referred to wasn't a doctor at all. He was Khalil Tatum, a janitor at the shelter where Relish's family lived. The unexpected twist raised alarm bells for everyone involved. Though Khalil wasn't just a stranger to Relish's family, he was someone who had developed a close, almost unsettling relationship with her. Shelter staff and other families noticed how Tatum spent time with Relisha, buying her gifts, taking her on outings, and providing her with things that perhaps her family couldn't afford. People close to the family obviously saw these gestures as unusual, but no one could have guessed what would come next. Tatum had an extensive criminal history that included burglary and larceny. He was hired despite concerns raised by some about the shelter's lack of proper background checks. The shelter's staffing shortage and high demand for support made it difficult to screen employees thoroughly. Tatum's role brought him into frequent contact with Relisha and her family, and he gradually became a trusted figure in their lives. Relisha's mother, Shamika, accepted these gestures, even allowing Relisha to spend unsupervised time with him. Once police began investigating, they uncovered disturbing details about Tatum's behavior. Surveillance footage later revealed that Tatum had taken Relisha to a Holiday Inn Express in Northeast Washington on March 1st, making it the last known sighting of the young girl. Tatum's actions following that day became even more suspicious. He was spotted purchasing a shovel, lime, a chemical that can be used to stop the smell of a rotting corpse,
That's
as
crazy.
well as large trash bags, items that suggested he might have intended to cover up a crime. Then, something very unexpected happened. As the investigation intensified, authorities discovered that Khalil Tatum's wife, Andrea, was found dead in a hotel room from a gunshot wound. This development only deepened the
What the
urgency
fuck?
of the search for Relisha, and it became clear that Dr. Tatum was even more dangerous than the police thought. Law enforcement began a nationwide search for Tatum. Meanwhile, the behavior of Relisha's mother, Shamika, was starting to make less and less sense. When the school first notified Shamika that Relisha wasn't attending anymore, Shamika did not immediately notify the police or the shelter staff, a delay that severely impacted the investigation, and Shamika's general response was slow and at times evasive. When asked by the police and child welfare authorities about her daughter's last known whereabouts, she provided limited information, and her answers often lacked urgency. It could be possible that Shamika might have feared getting into trouble herself, as she was aware of Tatum's involvement with her daughter and the potential legal implications of neglect. Authorities investigating the case became increasingly frustrated with Shamika's lack of cooperation. Although she eventually acknowledged that Tatum had been taking care of Relisha, she continued to give inconsistent statements about why she allowed her daughter to spend so much time with him. Her explanations were often contradictory, shifting between trusting Tatum as a caring figure and being unaware of the danger her daughter faced. Shamika's behavior either suggested a stupidly high level of trust in a stranger or a complete failure to recognize the risks associated with allowing her daughter to be in Tatum's care. And on April 1st, 2014, likely the worst case scenario had happened. Khalil Tatum was found to have taken his own life in a shed in Kenilworth Park, which was an area that had already been searched for Relisha. Tatum was the last person seen with Relisha, so when he died, he took many of the answers with him. His death left police scrambling for leads, but despite searches and tips, now they weren't even certain if Relisha was alive, alone, or had been given to someone else. Purely speculating, I think it's possible that Tatum may have had a less than legal relationship with Relisha and may have been exploiting her with Shamika's permission. Perhaps Tatum's wife Andrea found out, and that was the motive behind her unfortunate death, though the true motive behind Relisha Rudd's disappearance will likely never be known. And that concludes today's video. If you want more disturbing content, you can check out the Lost
I'm not done
media,
yet.
videos, films, and games that have been lost to time or purposely destroyed. These are some of the darkest cases, and as the video goes on, it will only get more and more disturbing.
The fuck?
It's 2009.
Yeah, we
The
might,
Moment of Truth was
we might be on a
TV
video
show that aired on the
watching Kick
American
tonight. I
network
don't know.
Fox. The game is simple. Contestants are asked a series of
I kinda get
21
hooked.
questions under a polygraph test. The questions are designed to get under the contestant's skin and are asked live on air in front of family members,
Oh,
close
it's this
friends,
one.
spouses, and of course, everyone watching at home. Every time you answer a question truthfully, the prize money goes up. Though if you lie even once, you lose.
Do you believe you might have been in love with a former boyfriend on your wedding day?
Yes, I believe I was.
Melanie Williams was one of these contestants, and she first appeared in season 2, episode 9.
This is such a
which is
fucked up
now
show
completely
premise.
Lost, as only small fragments of the episode has survived. Melanie grew up in a Mormon polygamous community, and we know that she had to expose the very darkest side of growing up in one through these few surviving clips saved from a trailer of the episode.
Do you think your father was wrong to set you up on a date with a 73-year-old man when you were a teenager?
Yes, of course I do.
That answer is true.
While living in a polygamous community, did you know of any underage girls who were married to adult?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
That answer is true.
However, beyond these clips, which were found by Reddit user AccurateSquirrel198, the full episode is completely lost and will likely never be found. Archives that
What the
have saved
fuck?
every Moment of Truth episode are all missing the 9th episode of season 2. Though due to not having enough time to answer all the questions in one episode, Melanie appeared in the next episode, episode 10. which
Oh!
is saved in its entirety.
No way.
Episode, the final $500,000 question was asked.
Here's the question.
I'm gonna do it for my dad. I'm gonna go for it.
For $500,000, Melanie Williams. Question 21. Do you believe your father as an adult, has ever had sexual relations with a minor?
Yes.
Yes.
That answer is true.
Holy shit.
We might never know why episode 9 has been lost, and we'll probably never find out exactly what questions Melanie had to answer. Though due to literally having your daughter accuse you of being a criminal, her dad was asked to clarify the allegation.
I'm not sure when I did this, I knew what a minor was. That was a long time ago.
Okay.
Wife number 2 was 17. She had just gotten out of high school. She was her senior year. She was 17. And her father, asked me to marry her and had the thing all set up. And that was the religion I believed in, so I did. I married her.
Later, in 2011, Melanie Williams would make a blog post, The Confessions of a Polygamous Girl Growing Up in a Strict FLDS Community, FLDS being the offshoot of Mormonism that Melanie grew up in. I'll just read to you now a very small fragment that accuses her father of lying about his wife not being 17, but even younger. I'm writing this blog to explain why I chose to go on the horrible show Moment of Truth. I grew up in a very strict, closed...
It really is a horrible
polygamous
show.
community. Women are not allowed to speak up and tell the truth. And if we do, we are told that we are traitors and will burn in hell. They believe that they are justified because Abraham in the Bible had more than one wife, and he was considered a great man of God. I wanted to go on the lie detector and be a voice for the young girls who are pressured to be married before they figure out who they are. My dad lied on the show about his fourth wife, Joy, who was 14 when she was told to marry my dad. My dad once told me that women are referred to as sheep in the Bible and should be treated as sheep. This made me sick to my stomach, Because why would God create women to be human with a brain and intelligence?
You're hot and in college.
What
You
the
can get
fuck?
all the guys you want. Why me?
To me, you're hot.
Why?
I like younger.
Really?
To Catch a Predator is a reality TV show which I'm sure most of you are familiar with. Undercover journalists pose as minors online to lure and trap dangerous adults looking to engage in illegal activity.
Bro,
with
I remember
children.
going
Once
on
the
chat
adults think
rooms
they've
when I was
arranged a
like
meeting with the minors, they're actually then
fucking
confronted by the show's host,
13
Chris
and 14
Hansen,
and shit.
then
Like,
they are typically arrested by law enforcement.
that shit was crazy.
However,
There were so many
sometimes
just
it
like
doesn't go exactly to plan. We're not
cesspools
talking about a lost
like that.
episode here, but something much more disturbing that will likely never be found. Bill Conrad was one of these predators that was attempting to meet with children through online chat rooms. And Bill wasn't just anybody. Bill Conrad was a well-respected and well-known district attorney who spent most of his life in Terrell, Texas, where he grew up. In 2002, Conrad decided to run for district judge, representing the Democratic Party. Though he had 7,900 votes in his favor, he lost the election to his Republican opponent, Howard Tigret, who had 9,800. However, by 2006, it seemed like he was getting his career back on track. He became the chief felony assistant district attorney for Rockwall County, and he appeared to be enjoying his work again. But that wouldn't last very long. One of the sting operation teams collaborating with Hansen's show was called Perverted Justice, and they would set up accounts on AOL and
I remember that
MySpace,
too, reading their
posing
fucking
as
chat
children
logs.
and young teens, and they would be quite successful, capturing multiple would-be predators during their time, as older men would often message and engage with all the fake trap accounts, with INXS00, a 19-year-old college student, being one of these predators. Our 19-year-old, who was actually in fact Conrad, started a conversation with a 13-year-old male decoy simply called Luke. The conversation quickly became extremely graphic and explicit, with Conrad sharing very specific photographs of himself with Luke. The chat messages then devolved into plans for the two to meet, and Conrad expressing his desire to take more photographs with Luke involved. They would then have a conversation over the phone, with an actor posing as Luke, helping to arrange a meeting between the two. Though on the day that Conrad had planned to actually meet the boy,
That's so
his
gross.
sister, Patricia, arrived at his house unexpectedly, completely stopping him from going. Then, soon after, all went cold. Conrad deleted his MySpace account, stopped messaging Luke, and for all intents and purposes, seemed to completely shake himself out of his illegal plans by covering up all traces of it. The situation grew stranger when, in a controversial move, NBC coordinated with local law enforcement to obtain a search warrant for Conrad's home to approach him directly. The television crew and law enforcement officers arrived at his house in Terrell, Texas, planning to confront the man on camera. Now, it's important to note that while Conrad had not yet met with any children or people posing as children, the images and messages that Conrad had sent were already enough to get him arrested. On the morning of November 5th, 2006, the local Murphy police, along with the NBC crew, were determined to arrest Conrad, who was the most well-known person they had ever targeted in one of their sting operations. They were worried that if they didn't catch him as soon as they could, Conrad might destroy important evidence. With this in mind, a team of 10 NBC crew members, including the host Chris Hansen, went to Conrad's home, planning to confront him at his door. The camera crew that were hiding outside Conrad's house had noticed that someone seemed to be inside, though acting sneakily, like they didn't want to be seen. With the warrant in hand, the police then tried to enter the home, for then no one to answer other than the barking of Conrad's dog. Realizing they needed to take stronger action, a SWAT team was called in to break into the house. When the team arrived and finally entered Conrad's home, they didn't find him right away. Splitting into two groups,
Bro, what's
they
up,
searched
Lily?
the house
We're
until
watching
one
a
of them found
bad
Conrad
videos.
in a hallway. He was holding a gun and calmly told the officers
You probably
he
shouldn't
wouldn't
watch this,
hurt
actually.
anyone, before suddenly ending his own time on Earth. The SWAT team tried to help him, and the leading lieutenant quickly told Hansen what had happened. Conrad was then
I'm
rushed to the
sorry.
hospital, but died an hour later. Immediately,
I'm not trying to be rude.
Hansen's show and the police received a lot of criticism for their handling of the situation.
You found out to save your videos,
Conrad's
like on
sister, Patricia,
TikTok?
publicly criticized the police,
Stream?
the NBC crew, and Perverted
That's good.
Justice. She accused them of running
You'll
an operation
hear
just to make money and boost TV ratings.
Yeah.
She
This probably
blamed
isn't a good
these
thing for you to
groups
watch, I'm
for
sorry.
Conrad's death. The backlash from the incident and concerns from advertisers
I'll be playing a
led
game here in a
NBC
bit, though.
to stop the show by
Oh, you're
June
about to stream? Good luck.
2008.
Have fun.
Chris Hansen said he did not regret or feel responsible for Conrad's death in any
Are you
sort of
streaming on
way.
Twitch?
Since the incident, most of the material related to Conrad's case, like footage, chat logs, and photos from the scene, though lost for many years, have since been made public. However, the final piece, an audio tape of Conrad's final words, recorded by the police to
Nice.
be used in the
Maybe I'll stop by later.
episode,
Have a good,
and that
have
was
fun.
later
Have a good stream.
obtained by NBC, has never been released, and it's very unlikely it ever will be.
Minecraft's a good game.
It was the
A lot of people
15th
like
of
Minecraft too.
April,
Right.
1989. A semi-final football match was taking place between Liverpool and Nottingham Forest, and Hillsborough Stadium was filled to the brim with fans that day, with Liverpool fans in particular having shown up in huge numbers. There have been concerns with the stadium's safety for decades. In 1981, just 8 years prior, 38 people were injured in a crush because the police had opened an exit gate, causing an influx of 335 additional spectators to surge into an already overcrowded area. While the incident wasn't fatal, it showed how flawed the layout of the stadium was. The stadium was modified after this with fencing that created separate pens to manage the crowd movement. But these small changes did not address the safety enough. Chief Superintendent David Duckenfield, who had no experience managing large football matches at Hillsborough, replaced a more seasoned officer just weeks before the fated Liverpool-Nottingham match.
Oh my
On
God.
the day of the match, thousands of Liverpool fans arrived late due to delayed buses and trains, and the congestion started to build up outside the turnstiles into the stadium. Despite what they should have learned from the crush of 1981, there were no police cordons to manage the flow of fans. The situation near the gates grew increasingly chaotic, and by 2:35 p.m., it became clear that a significant intervention was needed to prevent a disaster. In a fatal decision, at 2:48 p.m., Chief Duckenfield, the ground commander, after being informed that fatalities were imminent unless action was taken, Duckenfield ordered Gate C to be opened, causing all the fans waiting outside to surge into the stadium. However, normally there would be police there to stop the incoming crowd, as the stadium was already full, but there were none, due to the police's terrible planning and management, and the fact that Duckenfield completely neglected it. Approximately 2,000 fans entered the already overcrowded viewing stands. As the match itself started, the situation in the pens worsened. 4 minutes into the game, a goal attempt by Liverpool's Peter Beardsley hit the crossbar, causing the crowd to surge forward towards the pitch for a better view. The crush barriers, some outdated and corroded, gave way under the pressure, causing many to be consumed and trampled by the crowd. It wasn't realized quite what was happening until it was already too late. The emergency response was disorganized, chaotic, and delayed. Ambulances were slow to reach the scene, and some police officers mistook fans trying to escape the crush for pitch invaders, pushing them back into the dangerous areas where some of them were then killed by the crush. All in all, 94 fans lost their lives that day, with an additional 766 people being injured. 3 more people would die due to complications after, with 14-year-old Lee Nicole passing away later in hospital.
Pretty sure I heard about
Tony
those.
Bland and Andrew
I think it was a
Devine
really big
both
deal.
being put into vegetative states due to being suffocated so long in the crowd. Andrew would eventually regain consciousness and live for another 32 years after being told by the doctors that he would live a maximum of 6 months. Though for the rest of his life, he had to communicate through a special device as he could no longer speak or move properly. The match was stopped at 3:05 p.m, but by then, the damage had already been done. Right after the disaster, the South Yorkshire Police, led by Chief Duckenfield, started misleading the public by blaming the fans. Duckenfield lied and claimed that the fans had forced their way through Gate C without tickets, and not that he had mandated the gate to be opened. Duckenfield's lie was then spread to the newspapers and television stations. The Sun newspaper, which ran a headline, "The Truth," falsely accused the Liverpool fans of being drunk and violent, which ultimately caused the disaster. Though there should have been a golden bullet to stop all the false narratives. Hillsborough was unique in the fact that it was one of the most surveilled stadiums in England. Managed by Roger Holdsworth, the surveillance system included 20 cameras that were active that day, controlled by the club, focused mainly on the gates and car parks, as well as 5 more police-operated cameras that covered the broader areas inside and outside the stadium.
I gotta go wash my
Those cameras
dishes
could
real
have
quick. I'll be right
captured
back.
the failures of the police and showed that there was no forcing into the stadium. However, Police Camera 5, that could have provided crucial information, mysteriously didn't save any footage of the disaster. It was initially claimed that it experienced some sort of fault, though Roger claims that he remembers it being fully operational during the crash. Merely hours after the tragedy, Roger extracted the tapes out of the cameras to stop them from being automatically erased, and maybe suspecting that something strange was going to happen, Roger then locked them in a cupboard to stop anyone from taking them. But then he also thought that anyone could force open the lock if they were determined to do so he locked the door of the room behind him, and assigned a guard to not let anyone in, including the police. Though hours later, when Roger returned to check on the tapes, 2 of them were missing. While it's believed that the footage actually on the tapes may have not been crucial in the investigation, it can never be known, as those tapes are officially lost media, and it still begs the question, who would steal them, and why would they try to steal them unless they thought it contained crucial evidence of what really happened that day? In all the court documents, it was later discovered that Roger's statement on purposely trying to protect the tapes had been changed and cut out, so in the official police reports, it's never even implied that he did lock them away in a cupboard, and they report that they somewhat randomly went missing, which I think definitely points to a police cover-up of whatever was on those tapes. Noah's Ark from 1928 is notable in the history of cinema, not just for the scope of the film, but also for the horrific events that occurred during its production. Directed by Michael Curtis, known later for classics like Casablanca, the film was a part talkie, which just meant a film with dialogue, as most films were silent at the time, and part epic, that combined the biblical story of Noah's Ark with a bizarre conjunction of a World War I narrative. The production of Noah's Ark was a massive undertaking. The film featured large-scale sets and groundbreaking special effects for the time, though when it was released to a limited audience in New York, it was met with very harsh words from film critics, with one even calling it the worst picture of all time. And it was likely for good reason, as firstly, the film was just very long and quite boring, so for the wider release, they decided to cut out 35 minutes of the film. Keep that in mind. The true highlight of the film should have been the epic flood sent down by God to drown out the entire world. I mean, how would they pull that off in a 1928 film? Well, the ambition of the film was matched by its budget, making it one of the most expensive productions of the era, and of those 35 minutes cut, a substantial amount of it was the flood itself. To create the great flood that God sent down, the production used 2,300,000 litres of water and poured it over 7,500 extras. And among the extras, a young John Wayne, Andy Devine, and Ward Bond could be found. The immense rush of the water was so overpowering that 3 of the extras would actually lose their lives and drown, with 35 different ambulances being called to tend to the many more wounded. The now completely lost original cut was apparently a lot more disturbing than the official release, as it featured much more footage of the actors struggling, some of which featuring the soon-to-be-drowned extras. Noah's Ark is almost single-handedly responsible for putting restrictions and regulations on stunt scenes in films. WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2008 is a professional wrestling video game developed by Ukes and published by THQ. And one of the most notable features introduced in this game was the inclusion of distinct fighting styles for the wrestlers.
That one, the Noah's one, was so fucked up. Noah's Ark.
Weaknesses. This added strategic depth to the gameplay, and I'm only mentioning it because it serves as one of the only pieces of evidence left for this lost media. During the development, it faced many delays, some just due to time constraints, but also because of an event that occurred in June of 2007, months before the game was set to release. The game coincided with significant events within the WWE universe, notably the 2007 WWE Draft, which occurred during the game's development period. The event saw various wrestlers, including two-time World Heavyweight Champion Chris Benoit, being drafted and picked to fight against different people, including another wrestler, CM Punk. However, when Benoit didn't turn up to a scheduled fight that had been planned and scripted for, everyone started to become uneasy, especially because a close friend of Benoit's, Chavo Guerrero, had received a series of strange texts from Benoit. The dogs are in the enclosed pool area, and the back door is open, and another simply of his own home address. The very next day, the police would arrive at Chris Benoit's house, and there they would find his wife Nancy and his 7-year-old son Daniel completely lifeless. Moving through the house further, they found Chris, as just after he destroyed his family, he decided to end his own life. Immediately after, the WWE took immediate steps to distance itself from the wrestler, who had been one of its top stars, as they started removing all mentions of Benoit from the WWE's official media and editing his matches out of any official video releases. This extended to the game as well, and was difficult because Benoit had been so deeply integrated into various aspects of it due to being such a big star. His character, voice lines, and specific wrestling moves were all nearly removed. The developers managed to release the game on schedule in November, just in time for Christmas shopping season. Though perhaps due to the rush of trying to get the game out before the holidays, some remnants could be found of Benoit's influence in the game files, like his crippler crossface move that could be accessed if you hacked the game. Pre-release builds featuring Benoit certainly exist, but have never been released. The game's cover art also underwent changes due to the incident, and as is reported, originally, Benoit was featured prominently on the front cover of the game. However, after his death, the cover was redesigned to feature John Cena, The Undertaker, and Bobby Lashley instead. It's not exactly clear who replaced Benoit on the cover, but he, not just in the game, has effectively been erased from WWE history.
Police have identified the gunmen as Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold. They apparently belong to a clique of outcasts in the high school called the Trenchcoat Mafia.
Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold were the two perpetrators involved on the attack on Columbine High School, which ended up being one of the worst in modern American history. The news at the time tried to shift the blame onto a lot of different things, like Marilyn Manson and rock music, as well as video games. Being specific, the game Doom. Now, we briefly touched on this on my disturbing video game iceberg, but Eric was not just a fan of the first-person shooter, but he also enjoyed making custom maps for the game. Most of these maps are already widely shared and playable today, with most of them being boring, empty levels without really anything interesting about them other than their author. In the notes of one of his maps that are still playable to this day, bricks.wad, he thanks his friend Dylan for helping him playtest the map for any flaws. UAClabs.wad is the most infamous of these maps. It was made in 1996, 3 years before the attack, and is thought to be modelled after the school itself. It is the only one of his maps that has enemies in it, and it is incredibly hard to beat, as you start outside the building with only a pistol, though you can eventually upgrade to a shotgun, which was Dylan's choice of weapon during the real-life event. You could theorize endlessly about what the map would have been used for, and if they truly used it to run some sort of practice run of their attack, but that's not what we're looking at today. Eric created a list of all his maps. Here you can see UAC Labs, as well as bricks mentioned earlier, but the majority of these maps are completely lost to time, despite being publicly available for download on Eric's AOL page. The only true remaining evidence of their existence is 3 screenshots taken of the lost map by Eric himself. One of realdeath.wad, one of TechOut, and one of Thrasher. The FBI no doubt has access to these maps, as the unplayable and lost
Subscribe to
ones
this guy, he's fucking awesome.
The 11,000 page Columbine report. It's unknown exactly what these maps might have contained, but
Sirius is his name.
Is one Eric wrote about personally, stating,
I like his
lots
videos.
of the rooms and secrets in this place come directly from my imagination, so you're basically running around in my own world. A person could write a freaking book on all the symbolism and double meanings used in these levels. Tier was by far the most elaborate map, as it contained multiple levels, and during its development, Dylan would draw out a floor plan of the second layer of the map, which shares a slightly eerie resemblance to the library of the real-life school where most of the killing took place. Tyr was also the last of the maps to be made by the pair, and it would have been made around the same time that they were really starting to finalize their plans. Though we might never know what those maps truly held, Eric and Dylan's basement tapes are some of the best documented lost media of all time. They were a series of video recordings made by the pair, which have become a central element in the study of the tragic event due to the insight they give into the killer's thoughts, motives, and preparations leading up to it.
I've never watched that before.
Primarily in the basement of Eric Harris's home. They included a mix of direct addresses to the camera, where Eric and Dylan outlined their motives for the upcoming attack, displayed their arsenal of weapons, and discussed who exactly they wanted to target. The tapes were made known to the public in December of 1999,
Holy shit.
which would have been 8 months after the attack. Time magazine journalist Tim Roche was granted exclusive access to view these tapes and wrote a subsequent article about them. At this point, the families of the victims had no idea the tapes existed and were obviously shocked and angry at why this journalist had been prioritized over them. So to soothe the families, the Jefferson County authorities, the people who were handling the tapes, organized a private viewing for them to witness them all. The tapes were then sealed securely until 2003, when one of the tapes, being titled Rampart Range, was released. It featured the two shooting guns at a shooting range and generally having fun with their weapons. The following year, in 2004, probably the most famous out of them all was released, being Hitmen for Hire, which was actually a school project the two had made for economics class. It featured the two acting in their now iconic trench coats, walking around the school they would soon destroy, extorting money from people in order to protect them from bullies. The third and last piece of the basement tapes to ever be released was a fragment of another film they made for school called Radioactive Clothing. However, that may be it, as the rest of the tapes may have been completely lost, as the remaining unreleased ones were approved for complete destruction by the sheriff of Jefferson County in 2011. A spokesperson for the county then confirmed their destruction in 2015, stating that with the consent and support of the families of the victims, the tapes were erased entirely. The only surviving proof of their existence are written in the evidence documents, detailing what happens in them, being evidence number 265, 298, and 333. Most of the tapes are all very detailed and very personal accounts relating to the two's plans for the attack itself. In 265, Eric and Dylan are speaking casually about the desire for the world to see these recordings after the destruction of the school, which they refer to as their masterpiece. They express a hope that the videos will help the world understand their motivations. As the tape goes on, Eric and Dylan showcase their collection of firearms and explosives, and their plan to commit credit card fraud to get the money for more resources for their special day. The camera then cuts to a later segment where the two delve deeper into their plans. They boast about the number of people they intend to snuff out. The first tape, labeled Reb's tape from evidence item 298, captures a crucial moment in the timeline leading up to Columbine, with Eric and Dylan documenting their final preparations. The first tape begins with them in a car, setting the stage for their final errands of the attack. Eric, using his nickname Reb, narrates that they are on their way to acquire the last pieces of their arsenal. The tape then cuts to a more intimate moment with Eric alone. He addresses his family directly, offering apologies for the pain he knows he will cause, emphasizing the fact that they are not to blame for his actions. He then shows off his journal, referring to it as the writings of God, which shows quite how delusional Eric was as he flips through the pages filled with ideological statements and drawings, a lot of them related to the video game Doom, which I'm sure, as you already know, had a definite influence on his and Dylan's imaginations and planning. The second, less intense tape included in Evidence 298 contains casual footage of Eric and Dylan and two other peers, likely captured during another school project. Although this tape does not directly relate to the planning, its inclusion in the evidence shows the kind of double lives the two were leading. Ordinary high school activities intertwined with their preparations. The final lost tape, included in Evidence 333, starts with Eric Harris in his home, where he's filming various weapons laid out on the floor. The scene then changes to Harris
Who the fuck was
alone
recording
in a
all
moving
this?
car. Here his demeanor changes as he actually begins to apologize to his friends and is almost sort of sorry for the timing of the event relative to personal milestones like prom, and actually starts tearing up and crying at the thought of himself being dead in just under 3 weeks. He was clearly extremely delusional, as you can tell from the fact he's sorry about the missing prom, but not for the crime he was about to commit. Next, the tape shows Dylan and Eric in Dylan's bedroom, where they're seen securing weapons to their clothing, the very same clothing that they would be found dead in. As the tape nears its end, Eric films Dylan delivering a goodbye message to his friends and family. Dylan then reciprocates, filming Eric as he does the same thing. Their final exchanges are very simple, yet very foreboding. Eric says, "That's it. Sorry. Goodbye," followed by Dylan putting his face into the camera, also saying goodbye. The very last frame of the tape is extremely haunting. A simple static shot of a sign in Eric's bedroom. The sign reads CHS written in black ink, next to an image of a bomb with a lit fuse, and the word clue written in bold. This final frame was filmed approximately 30 minutes before they commenced their attack.
I mean, I kind of had to finish the video now, right? Like, we're almost done.
Bullseye has already been running for 8 years. 3 teams of 2 compete to play
Oh,
darts.
I don't... I feel like I'm maybe not supposed to be watching some of this on Twitch, but I don't know. Pretty sure you just, like, can't show blood and dead bodies.
Trivia questions, with one player on each team being the brains,
There's only one way to
with the
find
other
out.
being the darts player. John Cooper was a very normal and unremarkable contestant. He was averagely good at darts, and the host of the show, Jim Bowen, would chat to him about his unusual hobby.
You have an unusual hobby, John.
Excuse me.
Oh yes, the scuba diving.
The scuba diving.
Yes,
And
no.
apparently it's the place to do it down there, isn't it?
Oh, we've got coastline.
Because is it the mountains are sort of inverted and you've got all these...
Well, we've got deep water where you can sort of swim over mountains and all sorts.
Yeah. We hope you all have a good night with us. Give them a round of applause.
If only Jim knew how unusual John truly was. In the game, John and his partner scored the lowest of all the teams and were first to be eliminated. However, they had a chance to win a star prize by gambling the small prizes they had already won, though again, they failed by not scoring enough and walked home with nothing. Now, the world would largely forget about John Cooper, the coastal scuba diver, and the episode today is mostly lost, with only these small clips I've been showing you remaining, and it's for a very, very specific reason, where John's true, unusual hobby was
I gotta put my
uncovered.
retainers in real quick
John
before the
Cooper
video's over.
was a serial criminal. In 1998, he was sentenced to 14 years in prison for an armed robbery and burglary, but that was merely the tip of the iceberg. Using advancements in forensic technology, the police would start looking over some cold, never-before-solved cases again, where they would eventually find out the true depravity of John, with him now on their radar. In 1985, 4 years before his appearance on Bullseye, Richard and Helen Thomas were home on a normal evening, though unbeknownst to them, John Cooper was creeping outside, planning his next burglary. He broke into the home occupied by the 2 siblings, though it's thought that John was only aware that Helen was home and thought he could easily overpower the lone woman. But upon discovering that her brother Richard was home, John decided it would be easier to just end the both of them with his sawed-off shotgun, burning the house down with them to discard of any evidence. John would be connected to the murders by matching the shotgun residue left at the scene with his own. Though you'd be mistaken if you think John was finished with a double murder. 3 weeks before his Bullseye appearance, John would be out again on the prowl with his same shotgun. He was lurking in the bushes of a forest path, waiting for any people trying to enjoy a nice quiet walk. Peter and Gwenda Dixon were those unfortunate people. John would ambush them, again in a robbery, demanding their bank cards, PIN numbers, and any cash they had on them. Peter luckily had around £300 on him, but John was not satisfied. Tying the couple up, he proceeded to Gwenda before taking both their lives with his prized shotgun. They connected John to these two murders because his same shotgun still had fragments of Peter's spilt DNA on it after all the time had passed. John Cooper continued with his criminality until the late 90s, where he again ambushed a group of 5 teenagers. At gunpoint, Cooper systematically took 2 of the girls from the group, one being 16 and the other 15, and took his turn in each of them. Whilst all the DNA evidence was strong enough to convict John, his appearance on Bullseye was used to link him to a suspicious man an eyewitness described seen around the crime scenes. Before the case of Peter and Gwenda was solved, the couple's deaths were referred to as the Pembrokeshire murders or the coastal murders, which puts John's knowledge of the coastline due to his scuba diving into a slightly different context. John Cooper was diagnosed with psychopathy late in his life, and aside from the few small clips, the full episode of him on Bullseye has been completely scrubbed from existence.
Just before dawn, a van carrying 50 victims arrived at Evergreen Cemetery. Inside, small pine boxes. These are the bodies of unidentified children. In place of names, just numbers on the boxes.
In 1931, James Warren Jones was born. Jones was influenced early by an intense interest in religion and social issues. His upbringing in rural Indiana, combined with an isolated and lonely childhood, seemed to inspire a slight sensitivity to racial and social inequalities, which would later become a core aspect of his spiritual teachings. Jones began his foray into religious leadership in the 1950s, after attending Indiana University and later Butler University. During this time, Jones was influenced by the radical preachings of Father Divine, a charismatic leader who founded the International Peace Mission movement. Father Divine's blend of social activism and spiritual absolutism was likely life-changing for Jones, who started to shape his own versions of socialist and Christian doctrines. In 1955, Jim Jones founded the People's Temple in Indianapolis, which he marketed as a progressive organization that advocated for racial integration, a certainly rare stance during that era in the United States that made him a very controversial figure, though earning Jones a reputation as a champion of the oppressed and marginalized. Jones's charisma and purported healings and miracles added to his allure, making the People's Temple a magnet for those disenfranchised with traditional society or churches. However, beneath the surface, Jones enforced strict control over his followers, demanding absolute loyalty and increasingly isolating them from outside influences. In the early 1970s, amid growing scrutiny and accusations of financial and physical abuse within the People's Temple, Jones and his many followers relocated to San Francisco, California. Though growing more paranoid and isolated, he decided to further remove his congregation from external scrutiny and to create what he billed as a socialist paradise. Jones and over 1,000 of his followers established the People's Temple Agricultural Project, a remote settlement in Guyana, better known now as Jonestown. It was here that the ideals of the People's Temple were to be realized in what Jones promised would be a utopia free from the corruption of the outside world. In November 1978, US Congressman Leo Ryan led a mission to Jonestown after receiving reports from former People's Temple members and concerned relatives. They claimed that the residents were being held against their will in oppressive conditions. Jonestown was largely populated by American citizens, prompting Ryan to take direct action. And accompanied by aides and a crew from NBC who filmed all the footage you've been seeing, Ryan arrived at Jonestown on November 17th. Initially, everything seemed fine. The group was given a tour, spoke with cheerful residents, and attended a music concert. However, as the visit progressed, the behavior of the residents appeared increasingly rehearsed and tense. The gravity of the situation became clear when several members secretly asked Ryan to help them leave, describing Jonestown as a communist prison camp. Confirming the suspicions of the coercion, Ryan agreed to help these individuals escape. And despite the mounting tension, Jones conducted a seemingly cooperative interview with NBC and allowed the defectors to prepare to leave.
Epilepsy warning.
However, on November 18th, as Ryan, the defectors, and the NBC camera crew headed to the nearby Port Katuma airstrip, they were ambushed by the armed loyalists of Jim Jones, who Jim no doubt sent himself. The attack resulted in the deaths of Congressman Ryan,
Holy
three
shit.
journalists being Don Harris, cameraman Bob Brown, and photographer Greg Robinson, as well as the defector Patty Parks, with several others being injured. The now deceased Bob would actually manage to record the full attack, though the tape is heavily damaged and was developed only after his death, as it was found still in the camera upon recovering his body. Though shortly
That's
after
insane.
the horrific shooting, Jones would instruct his over 900 devotees to engage in their final act as their so-called enemies were closing in. Jones and his subordinates prepared a large vat of Flavor Aid and laced it with cyanide. Children and adults totaling to 918 drank the Flavor Aid and were subsequently poisoned and killed. There were only 2 known survivors of the cult that resisted drinking it. NBC has never revealed how much footage they were holding of that day, though whilst an hour of it surfaced online in 2014, they revealed that on the day of the attack alone, they have over 13 hours of footage that we might never get to see. It was also reported that among the ruins of Jonestown, a tape was found by the local authorities that features the final moments of the cult, as Jones instructs them to drink, and the 918 suffering and screaming in pain and regret. The tape has since been found and published, but the footage recorded by the NBC remains lost. And before we end today's video, let me take a moment to talk about today's sponsor, Surfshark VPN.
Nope. Thank you, but nope. Good video. Yeah, I didn't know he sent people and they killed those guys in Jonestown. That's fucking crazy. Alright. I made an executive decision. We're gonna play some more of this game tonight. Like I said, Kingdom Hearts kind of needs its own night, and I kind of waited too long to start it. We'll probably do that Sunday, maybe. Or Monday, depending on the day. Because tomorrow I'm going to my friend's house for a game night. So I won't be streaming tomorrow. Possibly early in the day, but not at night. Let me change all my categories. Need more warriors. I think I just have to chill here and get money, honestly. From hang out at the arcade. And the cinema. I want to upgrade that. Need more money to upgrade this one too, in case that one breaks. Perfect timing. Go, get to work. Collect your tools. Make me proud. I don't mind the fact that they're children or anything. This guy's a fucking asshole. Oh my god, there's a lot of them. Holy shit. Oh my god. Yeah, they're gonna fuck that up. That's crazy. Fuck. Please have some money, archers. One more. Somebody have one. Popcorn. Yeah, we need this too. Damn, that's a lot of money invested that's just gone. I need to break this fucking rock. That's the problem. Oh, that's a lot of money. You got one. Wait, we're breaking it now, because I activated it. Oh, smart. Shoot it, laser. Upgrade the laser to attack. At least the wall wasn't like all the way broken. Like it repaired to that point. Wish I could break it. It's like accidentally hitting it when it's shooting at them. We can break it eventually like this. Probably worth doing. Oh yeah. Give me my money. Hello. You got bored? That's not good. You're supposed to be entertaining people, not getting bored. You're still streaming? Nice. What's up, stream? Welcome to my stream. You're the only one watching your stream? Well, you have to act like there's a lot of people watching. Just don't ever feel like you're the only one there. That's what makes it boring. Just pretend like there's always people watching you. Even if you think there's not. Even if you know there's not, honestly. This guy's an ass. I don't like him. Wait, this one's shooting that far? What
The right side of the map's doing alright. I haven't been over there in 2 waves. We're in imminent danger over here. Bitch. Coming to my house. We got this. Just one more time and we might break the rock. And we'll be good over here. Yes. Break this motherfucker right now. Hold it out. Build that wall. What? Come on out. I know you want some. Destroy the rock. Yes! Perfect. It's gonna help so much because now they have to come from way further. So even if it's like a really big wave, it's not gonna hurt as much. In theory. My plan. Oh yeah, they're not fucking happy though. I have a lot less confidence in our defenses in general right now. I have some trouble on this one. Holy shit. That's a lot of them. They're a really big wave. Haha. You didn't make it inside. We're still standing. I really need to go check on the right side now. This is risky. But I'm also greedy. We gotta go. We gotta go. We gotta go. That shit was already active. gotta save some money for this side. I really need to go check over here. Actually, I need to get more archers. There's not a lot of people fighting for us right now. Pretty sure there's gonna be money over here for me to collect. But... Uh-oh. I indeed have not been over here in a while. It was almost really bad. In your bio? You don't have to put that in your bio. I appreciate it, though. Thank you. Too bad. Thanks, Lily. Money. We can do the same thing over here. Start breaking this rock. I think I need to collect more money and build up our defenses first. Surely they want to attack the house, right? It's like a background thing. Maybe some guys with some spears or something. I think I'll chill over here for this night. Question? Yeah. How do you make your own emojis for Twitch? So you want to make your art, right? Or whatever, if you want to just like take something from a picture and crop it in paint. And then go to Canva, I believe it's called. And you can make an account on here. Oh, that's nice. Love that. We love that. But anyways, go on Canva and make yourself like an account. I think it is. I'm pretty sure I did it on Canva. Or it's like to make Twitch emotes. I think there's a button for it on Canva. Like a mode for it. Bruh. Wish it would let me log in.
Yeah, I can't actually show you because of the thingy, but it's either on Canva or you can just like Google a website that converts a picture to a Twitch emote and it'll give you like a download for the file. And you can upload that, but you have to be an affiliate first on Twitch, I think, before you can do your own emotes. I think. I could be wrong about that. You have to be an affiliate. It's like how you start making money and stuff on Twitch. Or like the start to it. It's a big attack. Make money? Not yet. Okay, so my theory is that they're pissed off because we had our stuff built really close to it. Maybe if we're further away and just build our defenses at home, we'll be alright for a bit. Or they just need to amass like an army real quick. Cause there's really big waves, so we just need a lot of damage. This is looking good. I like this. You don't have the money yet? I mean, you don't have to worry about it right now. Like, once you get to that point, you can ask your mom or dad, like, how to set it up and stuff, you know? But you can go see if you go to your creator dashboard. You can see, like, everything you have to do to be a Twitch affiliate. Like, you have to get, like, 50 followers, then have, like, 3 average viewers for, like, a month or something. And, like, once you get all that, like, you can apply to be an affiliate. Like, you don't have to do it. You know what I mean? At least not right now. If you're, I mean, you have to like kind of earn it in a way first, but still, like, you don't have to choose to do it right away, you know? Maybe they're faster on their own terrain. Like these trees being cut down makes them slower once they get off it. That'd be kind of cool. I guess this is just money I'm missing out on if I don't cut the trees down. Ooh, that one's 2. That's not good. Need to recuperate a bit.
we just not have people? We don't even have people. That's the problem. This is gonna be bad. We might actually lose. Blood moon. Kind of fucked up getting these houses first because it's way more expensive to get people this way. I wish I could buy the board. I need some movement speed for a bit. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, we might actually just be fucked. Bullshit. I actually just need to restart. Did that restart the whole campaign? I kind of want him to just kill me. To be honest. He's really not good. Fuck, man. Alright, fuck it. Just do it. Fuck. It's crazy. Got some money.
Technically, there's still a chance. Just saying. Wait, can I hit them? Bruh. If they're far away enough, it works. I think. It's very stupid, but I'm gonna do it. We don't start getting money from these two areas, we're just fucked anyways, so. Past it. Oh, please be a thing for money. Holy shit. I just need more people. One hammer, that's it. Need archers though. Like all archers. These walls being so weak are scary. It is a word. Die, bunny. Oh shit. That's not good. A little short and see the shield guy's fucking awesome. He had some archers to back him up. Maybe doing really good. Why is this not built? That's the real question. Your earbuds just died, oh no. That's terrible. She got her bow back. It's very convenient. I got an idea. Scissor cuts. Exactly. Please be a thing for money. Like it to insta give me money, not fucking earn money. Oh, it's definitely just taking orders. Hamburgers. What's the story? I don't know. That's a good question, honestly. They've just always been there, you know? Maybe we're the aliens to them.
we gotta go get the knights on the other side too. They're so good. Wait. Ain't no telling what the right side of our fucking base looks like right now. That might have been a mistake, but I don't really care. Send me Stranger Things vibe, yeah. I think they kind of did that. Like, they changed the direction of this game kind of based off that. Like, the first 2 or 3 were not like this at all. Shoot that guy. Get him. Get him. That definitely needs to be built up. Bro, what happened to you guys? Why are you all fuck up? What? Oh my god. It's probably my fault, honestly. Because I came up here to get McBurgers. Got him. Somebody work the fucking popcorn stand. I don't care who. Start making some money.
We're holding them back. Oh god, it's a blood moon. Yeah, we're gonna die right here. Thanks for liking the live. They're about to fuck our world up. What should you build? I don't know. Whatever you want to. Copy something. Like a rabbit. Bad. This is really not looking good, I'm gonna be honest. That made me feel a little bit better. That makes me feel even worse. This one is not built up all the way. Yeah, we're screwed. This is definitely going to be a restart game. This round, at least. Just expanded too fast. We expanded too fast instead of getting, like, enough people. Like, the problem was I unlocked these houses. Whatever, which like got rid of the homeless tents, which just like passively generate people for you. Then you can recruit them for like a coin. You just get 2 people for like 1 coin each. But then you build that house, and for some reason it costs you like 5 to recruit somebody. It's fucking stupid. I didn't know that. It just like fucked up the whole flow. It's like once you lose people, like I just couldn't buy any more people back. No, I just spent too much money on defensive and shit, and repairing. Like I put so much money into like the same walls over and over again. It's just not doing any good. I just fucked up. It happens sometimes. Honestly, I'm just gonna no, you'll never take my crown. I don't want to suffer through this anymore. Help me. No, don't take it. Give it back. Fuck you.
I'm gonna end up killing him before he gets back there. It's kind of funny. You can just like walk him down. I don't even want to kill him. Like I just want him to restart my fucking round. I'll be right back. One second. Thank God I can restart this level. That was fucking ass after a while. Oh yeah. Thank you for that. Wait. Oh shit, no, hold on. Oh. It's the farthest I'll let you go. That's cool, I guess, whatever. I didn't want to zoom out any further than that. Okay, the problem was we didn't have enough archers compared to... What's your stream? Probably gonna be gone tomorrow. Maybe when I get, I don't know, I'll probably be home kinda late, I'm not sure. Check it out after. Stop by if I can. Okay. Nice. I wonder if everything's in the same location. Yeah, for that shoulder one, I know. Kinda late. Good night. See you later. Thanks for hanging out.
So many engineers. Where's my hunter? I need that. Oh my god. I forgot about those. Incredible. Nice. I need this popcorn thing at the very least, because it generates passive income. We could wait on getting the arcade, but we need this fucking cinema. I don't think we go too far, because then they start getting pissed off more. We need time to build up. It's a blood moon. We shouldn't build out here yet then. Hold on a second. Oh, I'm muted. I've been muted for a while. My bad. No, I was saying, you'll usually get your investment. You always get your investment back on the tree, and then sometimes you'll get like 2. Yeah, I was still yapping. I just wasn't fucking unmuted. Oops. Come on, y'all hit your shots. Look at these guys just cutting down the trees and leaving the money out here. What's up with that shot? I need that. Hit him. Nice. Oh yeah, we got a little squad going with the archers now. I will not stop recruiting the archers. Run, little one, run. Motherfucker ran off with a coin. Not cool. Good job, guys.
Haha. Popcorn bitch. Nice. I want the knights. Okay, we got 2 of them already, so the next 2 should be the 2 for the other side. We let them get those first, and then we'll buy more archers and shit. Maybe hit one of these. It's a blood moon too. Oh, we have the siege cannon thing now. That could be really useful. We can go out and break it, and then we can expand more. We should push to the left so we have more passive income. Also, that's the side it's on anyway, so. That's just enough. Problem is, are they gonna get over here and do it fast enough? He's coming. Not coming fast, but he's coming. It's got a helper coming too, that's good. And we got a knight. It's also really good. Yeah, I know, they be twitching a lot. Kind of geeking out a bit, you know? Come on, finish that wall. Fucking A, that's nice. I'm just gonna go with some popcorn for the show. Fucking beautiful. They're like all coming over here. Jesus. Look at my army, dude. Yeah, this is this is so much better already. Go to the right side, fine. This guy can still do a lot of damage. This last one. It's okay though. They only break one wall. Siege. Not bad. We just need 6 to repair it. We didn't really lose any people. That's good. Oh, wait. We lost 190 each. So some shit did happen over here too, I think. Nah, not really actually. This side was fun. Yeah, we need you guys on the battlefield. Get your asses over here. Gotta get my popcorn stand up and running again. For a lot of more money's coming from now. Come on, I know y'all been hunting. There you are. We need to like max upgrade everything that we have built. So we have a really strong core defense before expanding. The waves are actually strong on this map. 6 coins to prepare the strongest wall. It's worth it. Charge it for the finish. You look nice. I'm gonna get a bow or something. I'm hungry. It's been a while since I bought a hammer, so I'll buy one. Y'all gotta have some money, right? Oh my god. We need this next. have some fun. Why not? Might be a little stupid starting it right before night, but get that much money. We definitely just go back now. I'm trying to do too much in one to go. This right side's really weak. Right to the left, anyways. I need the next table on the left for more money. Oh, this wall broke. Interesting. I need to be right here at least. Oh, that's probably not good. Slow him down. Yo, he's fast. It's so easy to recruit people. That thing. And I fucking got rid of it. And that just fucked me over last game. So bad. To fight you guys, fuck it. Come on. Yeah, that's right. You got shit. What's up? What's up? Bring that shit all the way out here. Damn. Holy shit. Unlock a lot out here. Tacos. Fucking A. restart my recording. Yes, sir. Thank you. Made this on the right side. Gotta do some work over here real quick. Y'all gotta have some money. Come on. Put your asses in there. You'll lay your life on the line. Pay your taxes. That's creepy. Nice. Very nice. blood moon. It's gonna be fun. Need a tax man to collect the taxes for me. Left side should be fine. I'm worried about the right side. More. Feed the peoples. It's just a money generator. For the most part. I don't think you get like a buff or anything. I noticed that's the DeLorean, yeah. How did they know they were all gonna come from the left? All my guys left the right side to go fight on the left side. I didn't even know that was gonna happen. You guys good? Done with the war already? Looks like we're having a couple casualties, maybe. Look at her go. Good job. What a beast. I should have got on that thing, shouldn't I? Nice. Not too bad. Drop that. Could open up the food court. Sir. Your contributions will be remembered. Don't mind if I do. There's like 4 little banners in the middle after you upgrade your house so much, and when you buy one of those banners, when you have a person with no weapon or anything, they'll come pick up the sword and the shield. They're your little champions. Hello. Somebody's here. Oh shit. It's my mom. What the fuck? My favorite part is I'm just called leader, like that's my name. Good old leader. This is now more bizarre. Yeah, there's cutscenes throughout it. It's just it's been so long since I played. You didn't get to see like the first and second stage really. Burgers. Yeah. Just losing it. I feel like she's gonna help me. I definitely want to let her help me. Hey. Come on now, we can't rush this shit. It's a delicate process. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we got some economy this time. Shit feels better. One more hammer. You know? Oh shit. Yeah, we got this shit. I think that increases the range on all my turrets. I'm honestly not sure. Like it looks like it just changes their shooting pattern when you fuck with the TV. I actually don't know what it does. If it's not that, I'm pretty sure it's that. Oh yeah, we got it. Yeah, we're done upgrading this thing. No, my burger wall. No, don't give him the money. What the fuck? Hey, give me all that. They're going crazy. Throwing all their money at the enemies. Hey. Just in case, I want that to be upgraded. I don't trust the right side, man. We don't have enough over there. It's time to mobilize a little bit. Get your hamburgers. I want a hot dog. She just died. Can't do shit. You guys might want to turn around. Just saying. Take care of something real quick. Ow. That's nice. Hey, someone else. Waffles. Tacos. Everybody can chill now. Well, I do want the money from that. I don't feel like starting another fight at the moment. Because I need to go check on the other side. Oh, it's a pizza shop. Nice. Pizza. Those guys look unemployed. Why y'all running to this side? What happened? What do you know that I don't? Uh-oh. Where are our champs? Make their way through this area. Doggy. What the fuck? I got a fucking car now, dude. Serious? Oh shit! Put fire on the ground. That's sick. Oh, that's actually cool. What the fuck? Yeah, I got the DeLorean. That's sick. Oh, I bet I can kill the animals with it. That'll be nice. the fuck? I hate Mile Per Hour Massacre. Hell yeah. Maybe the TV actually like upgrades your turret too. Oh yeah. You can't really just drive out there. I really want to there. Oh, it's right here too. And I'm out of here. I'm kind of sentence them to death if these guys come out. Oh, that's more money right there. Pepperoni pizza. Ooh. Run away. I'm burning him, run away. I thought I told him to stop moving. I hope nothing bad happened over here. It's already not looking great. Yo, this one looks crazy. For some reason. Oh my god. Why does it look like that? That one's insane. They're like not even attacking over here really. This thing's still standing. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to be recruiting every time I come over here. Forgot about it. Sorry, doggy. You have to burn. No way I can't kill him. That's actually crazy that I can't. Doesn't make any sense. Lame. What happened to you? Hello? Just gonna stay in there? I guess. Oh my god! Trying to get me. Iron, bitch. I got some money, I got shit, I guess. Gotta keep it behind the second wall, not the first wall. Or it can get broken easily. I can't believe I can't kill the animals. That's actually nuts. Don't mind if I do. Burgers. I need to leave some unemployed people to work in these shops. They don't need no tools or anything. I think. Some shit went down over here. Still afraid to fucking expand this way. I don't think I will. Not quite yet. die for that. Oh, it didn't even break all the way. That means they can just come repair it. That's nice. Damn. Actually, I need more engineers now. Plenty of archers, I think. I want to see something. Wait, did I just fuck up that wall being finished? No, we're good. What? Curious to see how far you have to expand in the end. This one's a lot more episodic than the other one, so... I expect it to fucking randomly end at some point. Possibly not tonight, 'cause it's like almost 2 o'clock. Oh, it works. Come on. Let's go get them. I'm sick of these fuckers. State of the sun comes out. Yeah, they're right. Sleep is for the weak. Run away! Why are you guys just standing there? Run. They're kind of bugging out. Just getting stuck right there. I think it's about time we can do this. Oh no. Okay. I guess they're just gonna die. Oh good. blood moon coming. Might not be good. That means they attacked on the left side. I have a lot of unarmed people here right now. Like a lot. I think we neglected this side for a little bit. Gotta be getting close, right? I guess. We don't have to. I swear this is the fastest one. What? Pizza time. That's bad timing. Did I lose a cart? No, I swapped it out for the skateboard for a bit. Because the skateboard's really fast. It's a hoverboard, really, but... It's just so fast. Excuse me. Alright. Interesting. The foot. Keep it coming. Oh damn. I think they just changed the direction of that the laser shoot. I'm not sure. I don't really know exactly what they do. Oh, it's too much money. I don't need all that right now. Not down here at this end. Our champions are here. Alright, I'm gonna have to do it. I'm done. I can't stay up anymore. Thanks for hanging out though. I got some things to do tomorrow. Good night, good morning, afternoon, wherever you guys are. See you later. Sultry. The sultry midnight. Good night, everybody. I'll see you next time. I might be live earlier in the day tomorrow, but definitely not later tonight. Or tomorrow night. Today, tonight, whatever. Saturday night. Alright, bye. See you guys.